Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome into Flying with Mike. We are starting off today in Miami. If time permits, we'll end the day in Miami, but we'll see how that progresses. But anyway, we are sitting here getting ready to fly for Virtual American, the A319 down to Honduras, Roatán, Honduras to be exact. It's an island just north of the mainland there. I guess a pretty big frequented area by people because several airlines fly down there. So we are going to head on down ourselves. And let's go ahead and start bringing it in here. So I hope you all had a great time. I hope you enjoyed yesterday's out and back to Champaign, Illinois with Piedmont, flying in the 727. Today is X Plane 12, and we are in Miami. Still release 6, and this is the Tolis A319. Now, I do know the flight factor A320 has updated. I haven't done it yet. I want to fly a couple flights with this new integration they've done with some SimBrief, like the ToLis bird here. So I want to see similarities, problems I may have, and so forth. But folks, there's the girl that's going to take us to Honduras, November 12028. We're in Delta 31 and preparing for departure. So we're pretty well set, ready to go. Couple things left on the agenda, which we'll get to here in a momento. Just getting one screen that I just realized I hadn't brought up yet, up and running. All right, and I think we are set to go. We are already on VATSIM, so let's get in the office, get to work so we can get these passengers on their way. A couple people here at Miami. I see Southern Air Cargo down in the Horseshoe Cargo area, way west end of the runway, and another American flight down from us. So let's get up in there and get the show on the road, shall we? All right, again, ToLis A319. Let's see, I'm trying to find my checklist now. There it is. Okay, where I left off at was the pre-flight procedures, which basically start up here on the overhead by turning on the IRS. Make sure we get on BAT. Now I know some of the streamers pop through these real quick. I like to make sure. Because basically what OMBAT's saying is if I lose my generators on the main engine, God forbid, then on top of that I lost the generator on the APU, the battery will still tell me where I am. All right, so we are in a line. We'll go through the pre-flight here as soon as we get down to where we set up the flight plan in the McDo's. All right, so next up, strobe lights are set to auto. Nav lights will run nav 2 today. And all that basically means, folks, there's 2 sets of bulbs out on each wingtip. If one isn't, when whoever's not flying does the walk around, says, hey, try nav 2. Boom, they're working. Try nav 1. They're working. Good, we're good to go. Seat belts, since we've been boarding people, we'll go ahead and flip that to on. No smoking's already set. Emergency lights are already set. Landing elevation, pack flow, let's go normal. And we'll get the fuel pumps on now. Ventilation panel set, electric panel set. And all we got left here is radio 3, which is on. Radios 1 and 2 on and set currently. All right, lastly, I want to do before we get into that, 3 green. Brake fans are off. We're not going to set our auto brakes just yet. We'll do that in taxi, and gear levers down. We're good to go. So let's pre-flight where we're going so you all have a better idea, because I know some of you go, where is Honduras? This is not school. I'm tired of school. Well, sorry, you're going to get a geography lesson here in a moment. So, clearing some things off here. There we go. Bringing up Sim Toolkit. All right. Basically, Honduras is Central America. You can see the routing down towards it. So here I can pan out. You get an idea. We're going, of course, right over the runway there. Anyway, get reset here. All right, so today out of Miami, we got a wind of 160 at 8-10 mile visibility, 40 or 4,000. We got a few clouds, and 25,000. We got a few. Pretty much a Florida day, especially in the wintertime. That's why everybody flies down there in the winter. Altimeter 3017, no significant weather, folks, for the time being. Maybe when we get down there. All right, out of curiosity, right now we got a wind of 140 and a few clouds again, but we'll see how that transpires as we get there. Load sheet handed to us. We got 86 brave souls aboard flying with Mike today. 19,800 pounds of payload, and we're going to be running just under 113,000 pounds for our zero fuel weight. Ground crews have graciously loaded 14,800 pounds of fuel into us, and we'll be cruising today at 37,000 till Selleck, and then we'll go up to 38 at a cruise index, or cost index, sorry, not cruise, cost 27, which is pretty standard across the board for Airbus. Hate to break it to those of you that run higher. Now, captains, you're more than willing, more than allowed. That's what the airlines recommend. All right, so here we go, folks. Sim Toolkit away. And now we get the fun task of, it's actually kind of fun now in ToLis. I do have to admit, folks. Hang on, let me clear both of these out. Okay. All right. And if for some reason you need to get back to this page, it's just simply data, aircraft systems, poof, you're back. If for some reason you need to figure, are we on the right cycle? Are we here? Should have looked at it now, but hey, you know how we are. All right, so let's go to the INIT page. Now, this is what Flight Factor's updated. It's already been in ToLis for quite a while. Before we get here, hold that spot in your mind. Let's show you a couple of other things ToLis does have available for you. We got a few minutes here, not many, but we got enough. If you click the mechanic page, you have all of these nice things. Now, we'll stay on electric external power a little longer. We're already internal power with the APU. Chocks are in. But you can see what we can set up here. Now, this page, I fully do not understand if I'm bringing it up to this or what, but I never get this right. Just letting you know. Cargo doors, you can open and close from here, load, all that good stuff. And de-ice. Now the attendant page, you can close the main door, arm, cross-check, cool, and load your passengers. Now, you can also still do this, folks, from the ToLis. They still have this IS Interactive Simulation Control System, or ISCS, still here. Matter of fact, you have to go, no wait, is it here? No. Here we go. Here's where you set your sim brief ID in there. Remember, folks, it's not your user ID. You have to go into your account. There is a, I think it's numbers. Don't quote me on that. That's what they're looking for here. Check with the documentation so you know how to do it. But that's how you do it here in ToLis. Now, I don't know yet about Flight Factor. All right, so we're back. 86. 112,959. Sorry about that, folks. Didn't want to yawn in your ears. And there's our fuel. Oh, somehow we dropped. Let's get it back up. There we go. Could be because of the APU running. All right, let's get in here and do the rest of the fun stuff, shall we? And 820. Okay. Now, I am going to assume, since I have seen this on the A320 in ToLis or Flight Factor, what you're going to see here is pretty similar, but again, it could be different companies, different, you know, who knows, procedures and all they want to do. For us in ToLis, we just click IN request. We get this lovely message, then we get this lovely message, which will then fill out the rest of this page. Pretty cool, huh? I always take my time here. Okay, I think they're done. All right, now they show us cost 35, but we're going to go back to 27. Okay, then we're going to come up here, align the IRS. It's
Miami traffic, American.
Not there yet. Then we're going to go wind request. Okay. Next page, or next phase, wind request. Looks like it's already in there. Next phase, wind request. Everything's in there. Return. Okay, we're still aligning, folks. We have 1 minute. This is not in Flight Factor last I checked. First time check, hey, nerd, 1146. Anyone have a Cardia mod? I didn't even know one existed for the 319. Obviously I do not, since I didn't know, sir, but welcome in. Thanks for the first time chat. I only thought the Cardia, again, this is my ignorance here probably, was only the A320. But again, one person, and I hate, you know, I'm not a big fan of recommending, but I will recommend V1 Simulations Discord. They may know a lot about that. Oh, they do all three. Okay, cool. Like I said, my ignorance, I didn't know. But V1 may have a lot of information on that, so you may want to check with his Discord site. Sorry, I don't fly with mods a lot, mainly because I just don't know how to get them installed a lot. So the biggest I do with mods is Zebo, not Zebo, the A320 to bump it up to 180 seats. The A320 Flight Factor, by the way, folks, that I read today, has the shark fins on it. Sharklets, shark fins, whatever they call them in Airbus world. So, but I don't know if they have different engines yet. All right, so we got page 1 set up here. Let's go over, get our weights double checked. What I do is I go back up the plugins, bring the ToLis page up, and I just check. 113 is good, 28.5 is good, 14 points, hey, that's all good. All right, next up on the checks here, we go to F plan. And I know there's a cute, neat acronym, pseudonym, however you, I'm not good at those things, folks. But anyway, to walk you through each of the buttons and when to hit them. I just do it my way. As the song from Sinatra says, I do it my way. And I see everybody left after I started singing again. Doggone it. No, just kidding, folks. Oh, they really did. Anyway, let me check something here. Okay, so Miami, we're going to come out of here. We do have to put the departure in. Now, when I looked at the D-ATIS for this place, you just update it, see if it's changed. 8 right, 8 left, or 12. Oh, actually, it's departing runways 8, the 8s, the 9, and the 12. The funny thing is, when I look at this D-ATIS, okay, I understand depart 8 left, 8 right, 9, and 12. Aircraft assigned 8 right or 8 left must have numbers for runway 12. I don't get exactly what the local ATC in Miami is trying to say out of that. Is that meaning I should be ready to set my heading for 12, set my departure for 12? Not sure what that really means. So if you guys are out there and know, hey, I'd love to learn on that. I am going to go ahead and double check that we don't have ATC. I am going to plan runway 12. All right, and now for departure, folks, we are coming out on the Maynard 1 departure. Maynard, there it is. Out to Fundi, I believe. I have to get my flight plan, hang on. Fundy, okay. Boom. I saved. Come on, computer. Oh, it's in there. My bad. And
Miami traffic, American 1420, lining up 8 right. Miami.
Okay. Then we'll just start. Oh, hang on. Let me. Thing that I need to do. Drop that a little lower. Switch into plan. Pull that out. I just want to walk it through. Okay. Looking good. No disconnects. And for now, I am going to leave it as such because, well, quite frankly, I am not 100% sure we're going to land on runway 7 when we get down there. Currently, that's the game plan, I believe, from our flight plans.
Miami traffic, American 1420, departing 8 right, Miami.
So that's the where I'm going to leave the flight plan at for now. So we'll click that, go back, leave it there. All right, next up, rad nav. Basically just making sure we're good with frequencies, everything looks good. Okay, then we go to the init B, we've already done. Now we get to go to the perf page. Slow down here, folks. All right, slow down when you get here. Why? Do it a couple of ways here. All right, we've got a runway. Now I can set upload takeoff data. Okay. We're going to do a toga departure. All right, So now you just saw I didn't have to do a lot, folks. Now, why did I bring back up the ToLis control system here? Well, couple of little reasons. One, if you know the slope, you can set it. Whoopee. We're going flaps 1. We are not flexing. 130, 130, 134. Clear. Now, you can change this. Actually, I am going to check. Hang on, folks. This might be one that Black Box 711, another streamer out there, has done. This is actually a pretty big airport. That's, oh, he did. All right, so for runway 12, 1600. Wait a minute. 15. You know what? Okay, thrust reductions 1500. Acceleration is 16. Oh, it's 1500 as well. You know what? I'm just going to leave them. The only one I may mess with is this one over here. And that's it, folks. All right, and what Black Box has is a site that gives you these numbers down here. Our transition is correct. And he gives you a lot of great information to help you with each of the airports. So if you ever get a chance and you're trying to figure out who to watch, you know, Black Box is another good one, along with V1. Both of them are great real-world Airbus pilots. Okay, great in the sense they give a lot of information. Never flown on a flight with either of them, so I don't know their real true piloting. No, just kidding. I would trust they've got enough hours in those planes, they pretty much can handle just about anything it throws at them. But that, folks, sets us up. We are now checked, set, and ready for pushback. And we are due out in 2 minutes. How about that? All right, so with that 2 minutes, again, I'm going to pull up ToLis because it's so much easier to do. I'm going to really hate the day when they get rid of this. If they get rid of it. Actually, I could just put them on auto. And then I like to pop out, make sure things are indeed closing. And zoom down enough to see, did the main door close? Oh yeah, and there is the other easy way, folks, right here. All right, we're ready to go. Only thing I need to do is start ACARS. All right, and we are started. So, folks, hope you're ready. Got about another minute. We're waiting on the flight attendants to tell us they're ready back there. I don't, you know what? I'm thinking probably flight factor. I think I am. All right, well, what I'm going to do here while we wait, I'm just going to come up here and...
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
Trying to figure out... Been trying to figure this out all day, folks. I don't know how they push out of here.
Southern 835, crossing runway 8 right, Miami traffic. Southern 835, crossing runway 8 right, 9.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
I really don't know the pushback procedure here, so I can't imagine you go all the way out of the pen there, but you know, they could, don't get me wrong. I just, it's hard for me to fathom that. All right, jetway's pulling away. Here he comes. I'm just going to do it this way, folks. All right, we are ready to go.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Runway 8 left.
So basically, we're just going to push down this line and kind of angle here and then taxi out that way.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
All right, folks, you ready to go? Okay, let's do our final checks here before I clear us out. All right, and I see I'm not 100% ready yet, so. I think 5,000's our initial on this one. Yep, okay. We're set across the board. LS, code, LS, okay. Heading bugs, okay. Brake fans off. Do we need to turn this on now? Nope, wait, switching panels all normal. Anti-skid nose wheel steering's on. Beacons on, transponder set 2000. I'll run this on F plan for now. Okay. Transponder set, brakes release.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
And we're gonna hold until we get further down in our push. But yeah, I really couldn't figure out a good way to push back here. So, captain's prerogative, I guess is the best way to put it. But again, we are going to be flying to Honduras, folks. And if time permits, we'll do the return. Okay. Get a good look here at the Miami hub here for American. Man, I mean, I work at an airport, folks, but I can't imagine working at something like a Miami, heck, even St. Louis for that matter, but Miami or O'Hare, holy crud, LA, Atlanta, all the vehicles and planes, and oh my goodness, what it's got to be a nightmare. And there we go, making that turn. And the reason I chose the way I did, folks, is I plan to come this way and out on this taxiway here. So, see how I go from here. Usually those big yellow spots are something to do with hold points on a taxiway. And so that's why I was kind of angling it that way. All right, we got the beacons still on. I am going to go ahead and switch us now into getting ready to start up. Once we get started, we got 3 minutes of engine warm time before we get going afterwards. I'm just going to wait for him to stop.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
And brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
All right, we're going to fire up engine 2 first. Now I'm going to blow this one up. I like getting this information out to y'all. It helped me when I learned it from, I think it was V1. Get that. This gray box here means your engine's actively spooling. When it's gone, you'll get a vAAL up here. Now let's just say you take your eyes off this for a few seconds. The vAAL comes up, goes away. How do I know it's ready for the next engine to start? Well, if the gray box is gone, a vAAL.
Hand signal will be on the right. We'll see you next time and have a great flight.
See what I mean, how this looks? And thanks for flying with Mike, by the way, better pushback. So that's how you would know. And now we could start up engine number 1. And then I'm going to get over there so I can see the pen. He's holding it. And I'll just reach up here, hit him with the nose light a couple times. Okay. You can still see we're still spooling. The gray is there. But see, now let's say we came back from looking for that while we're spooling number 1, and it looks just like this. See how you would be able to tell. Okay, we're available. So what I'm going to do is click our timer. 3 minutes. All right, so engine mode. Back to normal. APU bleed off. Ground spoilers. Nope. Arm. Flaps 1. Sure, I think I might have hit flap 2. Okay. Pitch. That's something I always miss. First, we need to be on that page. And then we need to set a trim of up 0.1. Okay. All right, engine and wing anti-ice not required on this flight. APU off. And let's get those slides armed. Okay, cross-checked and armed. Time on the roundup, 1 minute 20 seconds. So we'll get most of our taxi stuff done here. Again, from this page here to the left, right. Okay. I always like to make sure they center when I let go. One more. Okay, and pitch is set 0.1, 0.1. Unload. Okay. Elapsed time's running. Not yet. Now it is. And flight controls, auto brakes now can go to max. Terrain can go on. As can our weather radars. Okay. We are ready to taxi. Let's see time-wise. 3 minutes, 13 seconds. Let us begin. Brakes off. Here we go. Okay, and we'll start our turn. And we are on our way, folks, to runway 102, 12. I don't know how to say 12 in Spanish. Sorry, folks. All right, got a 737 prepping over there. Not sure where he's headed. Slow down just a tad. All right, so we're taxiing out. All right, let's see, I think well, we're on November. No, we're on whiskey, coming up to November. You know what? I don't think I've ever done a runway 2 departure out of Miami in X-Plane 12, so for sure we're going to head there. Get up here and see what's going to be involved in it. Sure I'm not violating VATSIM policies. Alright, so before takeoff, transponder. I want to be ready to go. Transponder TARA. Brake temperatures look good. But we'll turn the brake fans on anyway. Okay, we are set to go, folks. All I need to do is get up here to my attendants. Miami traffic, American 699 departing runway 12, Mainer 1 departure. Actually, this is a lot better than what I've ever seen at Microsoft, so wow, much better, much better. Okay, strobes on. Cabin's ready. We'll do our takeoff button push here in a second. Okay. Lights. Takeoff config test. Green. We're green. Lights on. Takeoff checks. Real quick, release brakes stable at 50. We're going toga, and here we go. Okay. And we'll rotate. And away we go, folks. Gear up. And we'll just go ahead and let auto take over. Put her in climb, and out we go. Okay, we're leveling at 10,000. Okay, continuing on to 35,000, 37,000, my bad. Wow, bunch of flights up for a virtual American, counting at least a dozen, maybe a little more than. Wow. It's a new airline, folks, so if you're interested, hang on a second. You know what? I think, let me look before I think I put one in there for them. Not have. Well, anyway, check them out, folks. Let me just do it this way. So many of them out there, folks. It'll take a little, you know what? Well, I will get it to you virtual. Alright, yeah, and if you're interested, I just happened to find it finally. Head over to this site. Check them out. You know, not, you know, it's your call, folks, if you want to become a member. But yeah, it's an American Air, pretty good one too, but I'm gonna warn you. Know your skills. You don't think you can handle, because they're gonna gig you, folks. If you bounce it, if you taxi too long, if you aren't stable on your approach, whole litany of things, folks. Make sure you're comfortable with everything they're gonna put you through. So, like right now, they're gonna probably gig me because my lights were on too long. Just to give you a little flare of what's coming. Don't say I didn't warn you. But they are a good bunch of people, good group. I also fly Piedmont is part of this. Spirit is another one. So folks, check them out. I think there's another one, but I don't know the name of it off the top of my head. So check them out. Great ACAR system. Amazing what it can track. I mean, is it frustrating? Yes. What it can track. But then when you get down to it, those of you like me that have been in this racket since 1990, I started in flight simming 1999. Don't get me wrong, I actually flew the original Microsoft Flight Sim once or twice. So I'm very familiar with Microsoft, but I've also left Microsoft. We're not going to get into the whole reasons. I will not come back, I will say that much. Eye candy doesn't even save you. So, but anyway, check them out, folks. They've got aircraft. They are really about as close. If you're looking for realism, folks, Virtual American is your place. I would also recommend Virtual Piedmont, but again, Piedmont is part of U.S. Airways, which bought American, which actually there's more to that than just what I just said. We're going to leave it there. But Piedmont was one of the charter airlines to form U.S. Airways. So, really good bunch of people there, folks. Good software, good websites, good interaction, quick with replies to questions, and just general, BS in their Discord. So check them out if you're, and folks, if you don't, hey, believe me, it's not going to hurt my feelings. It's, you got to be ready for the realism they're looking for in you. So if you're in for that, you've got a great place. If you're not, I would not recommend them. So. Okay, we've climbed through 23,000, and we're on our way, folks. We've got about an hour and a half. It'll probably drop to an hour and 10 by the time we get up to altitude. We'll see if I'm right. I just know we still got over 10,000 feet to go, so it's a good chance as we get up into those winds, get quicker times. Just make sure I did not move my engine mode. I'm pretty sure I did. I did not. Okay. All right. So, folks, enjoy the ride. We'll be talking with you here shortly. We're going to do a system check here at top of climb, where we check our engine, bleed, electronics, electric buses, hydraulics, fuel, air conditioning, and flight control page, along with the status page. Basically, it's just so we know the aircraft is one, nothing's broke, nothing to deal with. Do we turn back? Do we not? I mean, would love to chat with a real airline pilot out there. Couple questions came up last week. Always love to hear your perspectives on. But for now, folks, we are just going to settle in and keep on climbing. All right, folks, and as we continue to climb, getting a little earlier into this than I have the last couple of flights, mainly because of how short they were. But as you can see from our verse of the day, we are not of those who shrink back and are destroyed, but of those who have faith and are saved. Comes out of the book of Hebrews, 10th chapter there, right at the end, before we progress into the Faith's Hall of Fame, where we talk about Cain and Noah and Moses, some of the judges and David standing out. The big thing, though, that a lot of people don't get is, folks, we aren't a people who shrink back and get destroyed. We launch and put our faith in God that we'll get through whatever valley we're in. Oh, the mountaintops are great. You know, when you're on top of the mountain, everything's going great. You should be praising Jesus and God more than ever, because, you know, it always, on the other side of the mountain, you always start down into the valley. So, you know, always remember that, folks. You know, when you look in the Bible, though, I mean, the Jewish people, they had a lot of valleys, and a lot of mountaintops as well. And I'm not just talking Sinai tops and those. I mean, I'm talking true blessings from God. I mean, manna was provided for them, doves were provided for them, water in the middle of a desert. So, but they also had horrible moments with God. But they didn't quit, they didn't give up, and they continued on that quest. So, for those who are in faith and can endure all that life throws at them, God's great victory of salvation awaits. So, keep that in mind, folks, when you go through the valleys. You know, we all will. Everyone, even Christians, folks. I hate to break this to you. Y'all think we just live these lives of impurities and nothing bad happens to us? Oh, folks, we go through the valleys like you do. We're tempted just like you do. Satan still tries. But we turn to God for our help. Turn to God and Jesus to protect us, to keep us moving forward, to endure the race that God has set before us. We don't shrink. We just believe God will bring us across the finish line. So, hope you all have a great day with that. God bless you all. And we're going to continue on and keep this flight moving. But just remember, God is always there for you. If you ever get a chance, Hebrews is a phenomenal book to read. It's one of those we don't really truly know who wrote it. I mean, there's a lot of hints in it of a lot of different authors, but it's a great book. And that 11th chapter, taking you through the Hall of Fame, if you will, quote, of the past of I mean, God sometimes uses some of the most unusual, most not thought of to be the person you want carrying that mantle, but God does it and wins every time. So, hope y'all enjoy the flight. Currently coming up on top of climb. And, oh, I thought I was on live map. I wasn't. So. All right, we're just about out of Miami Center. We're an hour and 15 minutes out. So like I said, folks, we're going to gain time as we get higher. But then again, we start losing it as we go back down to the hill. So we're getting ready to go into Cuban airspace as we hit top of climb. All right, autopilot looks good. Selleck is 270 miles out where we step up to 38,000. So, all right, we'll keep that page there. Let's do that promised system check. Now, what I do here, folks, is I'm going to pull this one out and I'm going to move it over here. Now, this actually works easier. Last I flew the flight factor, this actually pops out, which is actually kind of nice. All right, but as the checklist says, let's do a system check. Okay, you can check a lot of them right here, folks, but let's do it individually, shall we? Go to the engine page and just simply click all. Okay, everything's green, oil looks good. Bleed showing you from the engine into the system. All again looks good. Pressurization leveled off and looking good. Here's how the electricity comes from the generators in the engines into the aircraft. The hydraulics page. Okay, we're going good. Quantities look good. Nothing's in the yellow. ETU, everything's looking good here. Fuel. This we will have to adjust. How do we adjust? First thing you do is turn to cross feed on. All right, and then we're going to shut these two pumps off. That's why the cross feed's on. So then the right side will power both engines instead of the left side power the left engine. The right side powers the right engine. And there's the ding. All right, we're going to go down real quick here. Okay, engine start. Okay, we'll go ahead. That's a good idea. Okay, and if, you know, and you can already see we're coming down pretty good. And a little bit coming up. It does backwash into the tank a little bit. Not much. But again, we're not moving fuel from the right side to the left side. We're burning it through both engines instead of one. Okay, let's get up top. Very close. Come back down. Hang on. Okay. Everything looks good. Let's turn the cross feed off. Cross feed's off. Engines are still purring along. Okay, so we have now balanced our fuel out. Still got 11,000 to get there. Let's click all. APU is off. Everything's off. Air conditioning. Now, right now we're set at 71 degrees across the board. Which those of you that live in everywhere but the US know that's pretty close to 70 degrees. Some like that, some don't. What I'm gonna do is a lot of people will just leave it. I kind of like, you know, let's kick it. Let it push some temperature up. And then I'm also going to drop it in the nose because we get the sun directly in us, which warms us up. Okay, and I'm going to continue on. All right, next up, doors. Okay, they're all slides right now, so that's cool. However, we want to pay attention here. Now, this is not the oxygen system throughout the plane, just in the cockpit in case we have to don our masks. We want to make sure we have pressure, and it's green and it's good. Those are actual tanks in the cockpit. You probably, those of you who remember the word value jet, those oxygen generators, that's what gives you the oxygen when we do the emergency descent, when we when the aircraft decompresses on accident. Okay, now we're to the wheels. The covers are closed. The brakes are good. Now, here is all of our surfaces. We use this to check our surfaces that are moving. So here we can check them again. It also tells you what hydraulic system, blue, green, yellow, controls them. So just a little bit of tidbit information. And then when we click all, we come to the status page, which is normal. Click clear, and we're back to where we were. There's our status check. So, folks, we are now looking at 220 miles to Selleck. And I thought I had my flight plan in here. How about that? Why did that go away? Well, we're just going to put it in quick. I was just looking at Sky Vector. All right, and Selleck. Okay, once we come out of Cuba, actually, isn't that? Nope, that's still Cuba. Oh, there's where it is. Okay, Grand Caymans. We'll be abreast Grand Cayman, then we will come off. Now, the terrain radar is showing Cuba below us. Push the radar out a little bit. Yeah, we'll set it there. Nice wing view as we come over the northern coast. Let's look out the other side. Again, pretty much a clear day here. Still showing KVOC 100 and 100 degrees and 8. We could get a runway 7 arrival, 10:15. All right. A lot of clouds between Cuba and the U.S., and I don't remember flying through. All right, folks, so we are set. Our next big task is Selleck. Where we'll jump, well, we'll be at 38,000 by then. And over to Honduras. All right, folks, we're back with you. Hang on a second. Hate when that happens. Thought I had to sneeze. Sorry. All right, folks. Well, anyway, we are continuing on our way to Roatán, Honduras. MHRO. It's on the northeast side, out in the Caribbean from the mainland. It's an island. So, ought to be fun. It's, I think, just under 7,000 foot long runway, and we are about 100 miles or so from our step climb. Actually, a little less. About 80. So I am going to go ahead and I'm going to try this. I think I know what I need to do, and we're going to just see if I get it right. Whoop, 38. And up we go. Well, that was really simple, folks. So 51 minutes since, when did I click that timer? Okay, I'm gonna assume 51 minutes on the runway. So that's what I used for when I went for my 10 minutes after departure. And now I am going to, give me a second here. I want to set up our arrival. Current weather 100 at 12 KVOC. So clear, visibility okay. So it says 28 degrees and 1014 QNH or 2995. Nothing significant. Oh, those are sometimes the worst approaches we have, folks, because it really is significance. All right, well, we'll just take what it gives us. All right, so let me see what we have here. I'm going to allow you to see how we figure this out, so you can in your future flights. Now you can do it one of two ways. You can go with Sim Toolkit or charts, and you can integrate charts into Sim Toolkit, or just do it on the charts program. Either way works. I'm actually going to show you with Sim Toolkit. All right, so down here, you see where it says Sky Vector Navgraph. Click Navgraph. And I don't know if it has our flight. No, it does not. So unload. Click this one, which is this flight. Okay, and it's going to load all the charts we need, or that we've reprogrammed for it, okay? A lot of this comes right from your routing you do up here. You see, I put in the Mainer 1. Right now, we don't have any arrivals, and I'm not really sure there are any. You know what? Let's just be safe. I'm going to look on FlightAware. The real-world flight will be getting underway here soon. If not chasing us. No, we're about the same location. Alright, well, how about that? Forgot about that time. Yep, there's no star. Okay, so let's take a look here. And I will preface this, I like the old program better than this, but I'm beginning to get used to it, so we'll check out stars. And I don't see any bringing us in. along our routing. And I don't really feel like dropping down, although it might help. We'll see. Let's just go to the runway. RNIP 7. All right, well, that looks like our approach. Okay, so 704. Okay, let's take a look at that again. Brings us right in onto our approach. Okay, so that's why we're not going to worry about it. We're going to do the RNIP 7. Actually, I'll show you another way. You can also come here to approaches. Add to route. And just so you can see what it did, one, it added it here, which is pretty cool. If this was an ILS and say there were Cat 2, Cat 3 charts as well, you'd have gotten those loaded as well. So it's preloaded them down here. So here's our airport, and here's what we're going to be doing. So we're going to come into RO 704, max speed of 210 at 4,900 feet. Descending to 3,200 feet, and then we begin our approach. All right, pretty simple. Like I said, may be able to cut it off here, but I'm going to fly it just so I can get into that stable approach. All right, real quick looking at it here, folks. There's our ATIS frequency, which I almost guarantee will not work out here. Roatán approach if they come up, tower, ground. Now again, RNAV approach. So we're not going to have a frequency to set in. We're going from fix to fix to fix to fix. And maybe, being an RNIP, we might see the glide slope and be able to use it. Final approach, 67. RO 701 2010. There's our LNAV VNAV. Decision altitude is 700 feet. 715. AGL 728 MSL. Okay, climb straight ahead to 1,200 feet. Right turn to back to where we started, and we go into a hold. At 3,000. Okay, there's our descent. And from the final approach fix of 701, I have a feeling we're going to be right about here. So if we do about a 650 foot per minute descent, we'll be right on the numbers. Again, 700 feet is our MSL, is our this. And here's our minimums. We are a V 2,000 meters. One thing I was remiss in saying, we're going to come into RO 704. Minimum descent is 1,900 feet. But we need to be at 4,900 feet. So minimum safe is 1,900. Then we'll go 137 to 702 for 5 miles. Track in on 67 for the runway. Okay, there you go, folks. Let me get back out here with the plane. There we go. And now we'll program the plane for it. Let's see if we can do this with Sim Toolkit. I can also switch to charts if need be. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, go to the next, go up one, there's MHRO, arrivals. We're doing the RNAV 07. No star. 704. $4,900 to 10. Always start on the wrong side. Okay, so 4,900 and 210 is showing out here. Huh. And we are programmed. All right, so top of descent now is 218 miles out. So we'll just kind of kick back here for just a little bit longer as we come through Celix at 38,000 per flight plan. Heading on down, winds are, we got a headwind at about 22 knots, 278. So let's take a look outside the aircraft. There we go. That is probably the best cumulus cloud I've seen in X-Plane 12 the whole time. And it's not all that great, but hey, folks, it's default. Don't get your knickers in an uproar. You want good weather. No offense, Austin. I don't expect that in the flight sim. I expect, clouds. I expect rain. But folks, if I want dynamite clouds, I'm going to get active sky. Or the next best thing for the flight sim that I'm in. Interesting. But anyway, folks, we're programmed for landing now. Now over here, you've probably seen this EFB. Not a fully functional one as of yet. You can see we still got some stuff coming soon. But we do have AbTab. We're getting close to 80 frames, 90 frames. I may look at my settings again here soon. To get rid of these jaggies. But we do get a good weight and balance summary here. So look for that to become more functional, I'm sure, here in the future. And we get to about 100 miles from top of descent, then I will begin plugging in for our arrival. But for now, folks, we just need to relax, enjoy the ride. As as I try to figure out why. There we go. Trying to figure out why chat was still paused. Let's find out. Oh, we got in there. Okay. Yeah, we are starting to see the afternoon, evening variety of storms beginning to build up out here over the Gulf. I'm sorry, out over the Caribbean. And see how that translates when we get up there. So enjoy the music, folks, for about another 5-10 minutes, maybe a little longer, and we'll begin our top of descent checks here momentarily. All right, folks, we're back with you, about ready to start entering data for the top of descent. So what we do here is we go to the next phase. Oop, went too far. Hang on, back up. We got to put our QNH, temperature, winds, transition level. That seems high. We'll double check it. And our MDADH, which we'll select whichever one we want. All right, so let's get over here to Sim Aware. I'm sorry, Sim Sky Vector. MH is 112 for the wind. Oh, excuse me, folks. Temperature 28. And the QNH. Now, for this, we can put 1014 or 2995. We'll put 1014, just because simple. All right, now let me go to my chart. Didn't come up. Okay. For the RNIP, our transition level is indeed 20,000 feet. One of the rarities, because it's not mainland, I don't know, I'll have to check into Honduras. 99% of North America, folks, and I don't know if that includes Central America completely or not. I'm thinking not. It's 18,000 feet. So we got a 20,000 foot transition level here. And okay, and that is all set. We are ready for descent. Now standing 76 miles out. Which is just after Melinda, by the way. Because you can see up here it says 68 miles to Melinda. So we're very close to beginning our approach here, folks. And again, I hope you've enjoyed the ride. We've tried to be a little more quiet on this one as we work our way in. Still not 100% sure if we'll do the return or not. See what kind of time we get when we get on the ground. You can turn LS off. So we'll just kind of ease on in here, folks, when we get closer to top of descent. Oh, we do need to do one more thing. Alright, I gotta remember how I did this the last time. Not a lot of this works, folks, so. Okay. Okay, and we got our wind requested. Okay. All right, and I know there was another way to do that, folks. I just can't remember. Now, once we take over speed, then I'll activate the approach, not until then. Okay, we got about 40 miles to go here, so we'll kind of let another song roll, and then we'll start into top of descent. All right, folks, we are currently looking at 19 miles out, so we are going to cross Melinda and then start our descent. Okay. Okay, let's set Okay, we are beginning our descent into our destination of Roatán. Hopefully you all enjoy. Now the squiggly line here, that is where we'll meet up with the green dot again. In the meantime, I'm going to do a quick system check. Okay, and you can see now the green dot is getting in between these two lines right here, which means we're now in our optimum descent. And we'll be on the ground here, roughly 13-14 minutes. So again, hope you all enjoyed the ride. Once we get on the ground, we'll kind of assess time and see if we'll stream back, and we'll go from there. But I really hope you've enjoyed the flight. If you have, we'd love you to hit follow. That way you could follow along. Haven't really set up any flights yet for Saturday, if there'll even be a flight Saturday. So if there is a stream, it will just kind of be a pop-up stream that I do from time to time, and we'll go from there. Otherwise, Tuesday next week would be the earliest. We'll be back with scheduled flights, and I haven't looked far enough ahead yet. So we'll just kind of run this one on in and assess our time and then come on out. But folks, glad to have you aboard, and put a prediction in if you're so wish to. It's the exclamation mark, the word predict, a space, and a negative number. Already got one in there. Folks, they can be the same numbers. It won't matter. Gonna kind of watch my numbers here. I'm minus 1,900 feet a minute, 90 miles out. I don't know if I want to take over and get us down quicker. All right, but the descent checklist. All right, just checking to see if I need to open this descent up. And those that are new to the channel, if you have a request for a flight to be flown somewhere, either to somewhere or from somewhere to somewhere, hey, head over to our Discord channel. It's a great place for that to start with. Let me get you a link, an invite, if you will. Oh, I see I have been having troubles with that. Okay. Been trying to figure out why things were the way they were, and I hope we didn't drop off again. We've had a lot of OBS problems again. Keep rearing their ugly face up, and I don't know if it's twitching, as I like to call it, or my internet twitching, or just that loosen up behind the wheel that hits the wrong button. Who knows? But everything seems to be copacetic now, so we'll find out on the ground. But yeah, if you click that link in the chat room, folks, that'll get you over to our Discord channel. Put that request in there. I do read them and have done several flights from that. And what's always nice is when y'all give me something to work with, I also use it to build flights to get there, then fly that flight, then back to wherever I was, or on to a new adventure. So, you know, it serves a couple of purposes. So feel free to use the Discord channel, folks. It's open to you right now. Just hit the invite there, and we'd love to have you aboard. All right, so we just... Oh, and I do have a question out there for real-world bus drivers. Hang on a second. And it does revolve around what we're doing right now. Is there a way to preset the altimeter setting like we do in the Zeebo and several Boeings so that when we click standard, it goes right to it? I'm just curious. I don't know if it is or not. May not be a thing in the Airbus world because you can quickly dial down. You do have the second hand available. But yeah, I was always curious. Zeebo, it's so nice to be able to preset that altimeter. So when I hit standard and go back into normal barometric readings, poof, it's there. And by the way, folks, that is the island we're going to right here. You can see our airport right there. All right, so let's go ahead, plan. Oh, we got an a 6,800 foot runway. I'm going to go ahead and plan medium on the brakes. Brake fans will come on here shortly. And I am curious. All right, folks, so hope you enjoy. We'll be on the ground here in about 5-10 minutes. And my apologies ahead of time if I get distracted and not paying attention too much to chat. I'll try to catch up on the ground, do a quick landing brief, pre-brief, and out. Okay, it looks like we'll hit our descent point right at 4,900 feet. So I think I see our airport off to the left there. Okay, so we are now ever so close. Let's get some lights on. Okay. Gonna bring us in. We're going into an open descent now. Get down quicker so we can get more in tune. Let's go constraints LS. I don't think we're gonna have anything LS on this, but hey, you never know. And then we'll turn for start turning in. Be slowing up to 210 once we start into the turn here. And that's per the chart. Actually, we'll need to slow up prior to it. My guess is it's, I think, right there, our airfield. That's just a guess, folks. Okay, we are coming up now. We're getting ready to descend to 3,200 feet. Okay, so we are now setting up for the approach, folks. We're still above green dot, which is where it's the safe speed to deploy flaps. Once we turn final, we will be 10 miles. So it's 702, which is this one here. We're at 10-mile final. Okay, and then it's down to 2,000. Runway in sight. I got the plane. I think we're going to have to go around, folks.
Terrain.
100 above.
Terrain.
Minimum.
We're going around. Okay, I'm just going to go back out, reset. Roatán traffic, American 699 went around due to too fast. We'll try again. Runway 7. All right. One more attempt here, folks. Okay, 210 we need to be at. Roatán traffic, American 699 over RO 702, inbound runway 7, gear down. Okay, gear down, flaps full, brake fans on. There we go.
2,500.
There we go. Now we're starting to look a little better, folks. Speed is much better. And Roatán, Honduras, we're final 07 American 699.
Hundred above. Minimum.
Landing. Flaps full. Cabin ready.
$500. 400. 300. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
And there we are, folks. And Roatán, we're back taxiing runway 7 American 699. Ramsey Bailey 1. Sure, ask away. I'll catch the question as I taxi in here. Fire away. Do the best I can with that question. I think we're going to head over to gate 2, see who this H shows as a Learjet. All right, we are in the blocks. Let me do a shutdown checklist. All right, so engine mode's normal, flaps are up, APU's running, terrain radar off. Okay, and brake temperatures check. Look good. We're a minute and a half into cool down. Parking brakes, and we are APU available. All right, let's shut them down. Curious if this auto will work. Looks like I'm going to have to manually move them over. All right, folks, welcome into Honduras. And Ramsey Bailey 1, love to hear your question. Hang on a second. All right, so let us get in here and get that beacon turned off. I bet that's what it was triggers off of. All right, beacon's off. All right, folks, again, fun flight. Oh, why didn't the back one? Go. All right, and again, you can see right here what's open and all. All right, so let's look at this. Let me close out with these guys, see if how things will go here. Whole bunch of people flying right now. Let's go to here and Pyreps. Oh, looks like it's already been counted as a good. The airline logged us in, let's see, for landing rate of 231 feet a minute. That's good landing. Safe landing. We were stable. We got our bonus points for departing a focus city with them, Miami, and landing at another focus city. That's pretty cool. So yeah, overall good flight with them. Now let's take a look at it on our end, shall we? All right, so to do that, what I like to do first off is we're going to get rid of the banner up ahead, up top. Bring in Sim Toolkit. All right. And you can see our missed approach. And it recorded at 261 feet a minute. All right, so what I'm going to do is come up to flight summary here, finish the flight off so that it can be in my logbook. Click on it, view details. Now our brake's hot. I'm not even budging. Okay, whatever. 114 is what we touched down at. I think 120, a little slow, but we still got a good landing out of it. Let's take a look how that looked. Again, data here, folks. We're getting the numerics of the landing. All right, so precision runway. Landing zone is from here to here. And we landed 900 feet down the runway just before the aiming bars, which actually isn't a bad thing, especially since we only had 6,800 feet. Not overly bad landing. Put it 9 feet off, 10 feet off the center line, and you can see the rest of the stats. So that's really good, folks. So now let's get over here to the dashboard. And we'll just kind of get rid of that for now. And what I'm going to do, since we still have time, I'm going to go ahead and set up the return flight. So bear with me as I get things going here. Wait a minute, I'm missing something. How did that get like that? Oh, that's right. That's right. That's how it should be. Never mind. Let me just check something real quick here. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted to make sure was there. All right. All right, folks, so let me bring in this. And what I'm going to do is with you all set up this return flight. Okay, so out of here, this is where we are in Roatán. We can go to Dallas or we could go to Miami. Go back to Miami. Okay, we can fly A321neo, regular 321, 320, or a 319. Why don't we just stick with the plane we brought down instead of sticking it out in the middle of nowhere? And what we'll do is click Book Flight. Okay, so we're coming back as American 630. And we'll select our tail number. 122, there it is. Now, 2021. Current time is 1952. Let's plan 41. Okay, we'll be on VATSIM. We'll let them pick my route. Cargo will be a lot heavier. A lot of people heading back north. Figured out that January thaw has been in place. All right, we're just waiting on it to load. And what it's doing is it's going over to SimBrief, using it, bringing it back. All right, so there we go, folks. This is our flight. Roatán, Honduras to Miami, Florida. Flight 630. It's about a 2-hour, 15-minute flight. 600 miles, 650. And here is our route. Okay, now what I just brought up is what it looks like to me, the pilot. So all right, so hang on a second here, folks. Oh, where am I on this? Okay, we're going to be going back. I'm going to go all the way to the bottom. I'm going to run with 127 packs. 2 in the lap. So when we would call this in, it's 127 plus 2. And total SOBs 135. Okay, we're looking for a 0 fuel weight of 122 payload first off. I'll get that in a minute. CFW. Okay. These are the numbers I need to get this going. All right, so gate 2 and bed 2. All right, so 127. All right, so with that information, folks, let me pull the browser off. We can begin to load the aircraft. Now, we can do it a couple of ways. I'm going to come down here, go to page 2, and we were running with 127. Okay. Well, you know what? I am just going to go find out what this did. Okay, so we're looking for now a zero fuel. Didn't do anything yet. Okay. I will better off with this. To be 122.3. Pretty good. Fuel outbound is 15,648. Okay, and we'll quickly fuel. And that, folks, gets us pretty close to getting this thing going. Okay, and over here, unload. Delete. All right, and that's gonna pub. All right, so hang on. I got to figure out our arrival into Miami. Not making it too easy here. MHRO. Didn't update. Gotta love when it does that. Alright, no biggie. We'll update it on VATSIM. Well, not right now. Cancel. Yep, and I gotta do that again too. Dadgummit. A lot of stuff here, folks. Okay, and I gotta get my RNAV information. Is it hiding? There it is. IK. That's probably why it didn't take. I spelt it wrong. Alright, so our return trip, folks, will take us to 38,000. Then we'll descend to 37,000 at Pubco. And then prepare for the arrival. 30, no, that's not our 41, looks good. Filed. Hang on a second. I'm sorry, folks. All right, so Ah, that's the airplane in here. Okay. Alright, that's the guy on VATSIM. Alrighty. Okay, so we have filed our flight plan and we are in the process of boarding. Alright, so we really haven't changed much, so all we got to do is pretty much load our flight plan and get out of here. Alright, so we're on the page, everything looks good, RNX and that, init, west, see what we get. Should be what we just put in, MHRO to Miami. And we'll double check that the correct flight plan or possibly corrected flight plan is put in here. Okay, let's go over one. $122,428.1. Let's go with that. So we'll go /28.1. 15.6. I'm gonna go 15 points. What was our fuel request? $648. Perfect. Okay, plenty of time. Next up will be F plan, and I think we're gonna have to update this. So first things first, we're coming out. Runway 7. Think there's a SID for us here. Okay. No departing SID. Okay. All right. And okay. Now, bear with me, folks. I'm just making sure the flight plan is as correct as possible. Okay, so we need from Pubco UL 471 out to IKBIX. IK. Okay, now we'll leave it again just like that. All right, so you're set to go here. Next up on the checklist would be RadNav. It's good. Then the need be, then perf. We've already done a NIT B. Perf will go takeoff data. We're gonna flex. We're not flexing the takeoff. We're full power. Okay. All right, so here's what, flaps 3, wow. All right, so here's our new information, takeoff data uplinked. And basically, in short, folks, we're gonna be up 3 on the THS, flaps 3, 122, 122, 125. Transition 18,000, which I'm gonna verify real quick. Actually, I showed 20,000. Okay, we'll put that in there, 20. All right, and then we'll leave these alone. So we're set on the, and those people are just about boarded. And folks, wow, we got just a few minutes to go here before it's our turn to push back. So I hope y'all enjoyed the Flight 1. Flight 2 is about to get underway. Yes, it's an Airbus for some of those that don't like them, but you know, I actually like this one. I like ToLis. I can't wait to try the flight factor here in a couple days. See the differences in how they interact with SimBrief. Hopefully the Boeing aircraft do this. That'll be when I'll be really impressed with Boeing. Okay, not really impressed. I'm more impressed with what Airbus is able to do. So, folks, this is a good time. Take a quick break. We got about 15 minutes before we turn this around. And head off to head towards Miami. Be right back. All right, folks, I'm back. Just needed to use the lav there real quick, get a glass of water, get ready for the return. Folks, a beautiful day here in Honduras, Roatán to be exact. We are ready. We're going to go ahead and start buttoning up the plane and prepare for takeoff here. All right, let's get the doors closed and all right, the doors are all closed up. The flight attendants are doing their business back there, and so are we. All right, so let's get in here. Final checks, folks. Altimeter here at Roatán. Actually, something I wanted to look at. Alrighty. Oh, didn't want there. Jeffrey B. Great scuba diving here. Ah, didn't know that. Makes sense. I've watched a lot of those HGTV, Magnolia channel shows, and they do talk about a lot of stuff to do at these main airports here. Great scuba diving. Have to keep that in mind if we ever head south, because you know what? It feels pretty good right now to head south. All right, so initially we're going to go to 37. You know what? I can make my life a whole lot easier. There we go. They're set, they're set. Okay. Any skids set, brake fans off. Transponder set. And we're ready. Let's get better pushback in here.
Ground to cockpit, please show me where you want to go.
About right there.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Okay, we'll be ready to start when he hooks in.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed, ready to connect.
Clear to connect. Now, on takeoff, folks, what I plan to do is fly runway heading and then bank, what's SkyVector saying? It's not saying. 032. And then I'll have to do a direct to, and we'll fly right on out to it.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
All right. Cleared to push. On.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
All right, you know what? We're going to go ahead and do just that. Okay, let's go ahead, crank up number 2. And folks, it's fully automated, so I don't have to do anything. Okay, we got a light off. Okay, there's a veil.
Operation complete. Set parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
All right. Once we have this engine at a veil, I'll start the timer 3 minutes. That way we get a good warm up. Okay.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the right. We'll see you next time and have a great flight.
Thanks for flying with Mike. Okay, and we'll wait to see the pen. Perfect. All right, so APU bleed now goes off. Ground spoilers to armed. Flaps 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Pitch. Set it there. I need it to be up 3. Okay. Well, actually. Okay, that one can be unloaded. And engine wing, we don't need. APU can turn off. And arm slides. Three minutes. All right, folks, here we go. Taxi out will be elapsed time will start. All right, brakes to max. Cabin ready. Brake check. Okay. Light controls checked. Auto brake set. Terrain radar about to come on here in a second, as with the radar. Roatán traffic, American 630, back taxi runway 7 for departure. Okay, is everything ready? Takeoff config. Flight attendants, take your seats for departure. All right, folks, we'll spin around down here in the turnaround area and prepare for takeoff. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's get the lights on. Timer on. All right, takeoff checks. 1, 2. Chronos start, throttles. Stable them up at 50. Lights are on. Brakes, flaps, and spoilers set. Togo. Knots. 80 knots. Rotate. Positive brake gear up. Going to flaps uno. And flaps up. Alright, final checks through the takeoff. Ground spoilers can disarm. Okay. Let's get this out to 40 ND, even though we're now out over the water. And one more look at the radar. Okay, there we go, folks, on our way. Okay, we've got about a 2-hour trek back to Miami, folks, so enjoy the ride. 250, we'll turn the lights out. Autopilot's on. Engine mode's normal. ICE is good. And altimeters and all are good. So, little ways to go to 10,000, and then we'll turn the lights off. But for now, folks, we are on our way. Questions, comments, love to hear them in there. Heard from Jeffrey B. Now, we did get a question from Ramsey Bailey 1. Haven't heard what the actual question about Zebo is. Hope he checks back in. Was a little busy there on the missed approach. My apologies if you are out there in the galley. Then I missed your question there. Okay, we are setting cruise climb as we speak. Well, the airplane is. We're 5 minutes out, and folks, we'll take a look here and see what our time is to Miami. Two hours at this point. See as we get up in the air if it gets already just dropped to 4 minutes here, folks, as we picked up speed. So, all right. So, flight summary. Hang on a second. Yeah, we'll see what transpires. I think we're pretty much straight to Miami. Slight curves. But overall, folks, it's pretty. Waiting to see if. Yeah, there's those. Okay. All right. I like to keep it where I see that. Good deal. Just getting my sim toolkit. We're already down to 1 hour and 51 minutes. So you can see, folks, as we're climbing, we're actually speeding up as well. And yep, there we go. All right, folks, so let's see. Am I going to, got a question here. I don't even know where Flight Sim Expo is this year. We can look that up. Flight Sim Expo, where art thou? Ooh, that doesn't look good. Actually, the heck is it? Never mind, I was looking at it wrong. Houston, actually, not too far from St. Louis. Chances are I will not be able to make it. Yeah, one of these days I may actually try. What the heck? I actually have relatives in Houston, so, unless things change, I'm pretty sure I won't be able to make it. So, you know, who knows? You never know. You know, life always is always in changing. The Lord always has interesting things for me to head to. This just might be one of them. So we'll keep it in the back of our mind there, Jeffrey B. There's 18,000. 20,000 is our standard point. I am going to go ahead and switch them over because we're going to need it when we get to the U.S. Alright, so just looking at my arrival, coming in on the 8s, 4,000 at L Lake. Okay. Here comes 20,000 and transition. Okay, and away we go. Now let Similware catch up here. I may have to force it. All right, so we're going to plan 8 right for our arrival. Took off on 1-2, which we don't get to do much, but we'll plan for 8 right. And I think that's what Sim Toolkit's got us planned for too. Believe it or not, folks, remember I said about 10 minutes ago we were 2 hours out? We're now an hour and a half. We're in a time warp. All right. And after this, folks, this will be, when we get to Miami, the end of the day for me. Crew rest time needed prior to work tomorrow. But, folks, as always, it is my pleasure. So we'll get up top here, get cruising along, and kick the music back in gear. Great question so far. I'm really curious what Ramsey had. All right, folks, we got about another 10,000 feet to go. Wait a minute. Aren't we going to 38? Hang on, let me check my leg. Oh, Pebble, we go up to 38. Oh, okay, so the step climb occurs at Pebble. Okay. You know what? That actually now makes sense. which will be 200 miles ahead of us. So we'll get a system check in real quick, balance the fuel tanks, and set our sails for Miami. The rest of you, I'll pronounce it Miami. Okay, we got the aircraft that was on the ground next to us for a little bit. Going around Cuba, where we're going to go right over it. So, all right, so looks like Fort Lauderdale's got a little bit of action with ATC. We'll see as we progress here in this next hour or so what comes of Miami. Also looks like the Caribbean is starting to come alive with a Jamaica. Actually, that's the Cayman Islands, but it's within Jamaican airspace. And much of, well, some of the Windward and Lesser Antilles Islands are coming alive. One of my favorite places to go out to, Barbados. So, all right, so here's those towering cumulus. That we came across on the way down. No, what I was gonna try to look up, I'll do it tomorrow at work, in between flights and all that we have, how long the real world flight sits on the ground in Honduras. Just curious, because they got to pass customs, so I assume it's at least an hour. Don't know, though. Little above my knowledge base. Again, a nice look here for you as we go by some of these new 3D clouds. Volumetric, I think, was the word Austin used. Not looking the greatest, but it could also be the way my settings are, so yeah, I mean, hey, not bad. Default flight simming, folks, not bad. Well, yes and no. Visually, land-wise, I would agree with you, but you know, cloud-wise, they still got work to do. And I know this is first generation and default. If I really want good-looking clouds, really good visuals, you know, that's what we used to go get Rex for and Active Sky and all of that, folks. So to get it out of the box like this, hey, this is actually a heavy thumbs up for me. Hopefully they might improve a little bit, but I mean, there's other places I know they need to improve in a big way. So, and maybe they will, maybe they won't. It may take someone out there to fix it for us. So that being Anchorage, I don't know. We'll see if they can get that leveled out. Same with Skagway too, by the way. But I mean, overall, this is not bad, folks. This is probably the first look at, thanks to the lightning, thunderstorms that I've gotten to see in this. So overall, not bad. Now, the cross the pond flight we did last week or the week before, the clouds seemed a little better. So again, it may be something in my settings that are making them look different today, or just a whole different type of cloud. But yeah, they're I mean, what I would like to see, you shouldn't probably do with default. So, because most people's computers, not to mention mine, may not be able to handle it. But I mean, cloud-wise, they look good. Again, for a default simulator. And that's all we're going to get, folks. Well, wait a minute. Nope, we coming over Cuba earlier. Before Cuba, we had a cloud deck that I didn't remember seeing. So we'll see if it's still there. All right, so we're going to kind of sit back, relax. We are level at 37,000 feet. Seatbelt sign going off. And I'm going to do a quick system check and fuel balance and go from there. Oh yeah, we got to balance the fuel. All right, and at this point, folks, what's happening is this side of the aircraft is fueling both engines to keep them going. Once we're closer here, about 1,000 pounds to go, we'll switch back to where the left side fuels the left engine, right side fuels the right engine. So, doesn't usually take long. I think I saw in a uh, one of those Mayday type shows where they were talking about an accident that, well, actually, amazing, yet holy crap, I can't believe that actually happened. The plane ran out of fuel. And by plane, I'm talking an Airbus 330. Hang on a second, why am I not getting what I want? Okay, back up, everything looks good, cross feed closed. And now this side fuels 1, this side fuels 2. But anyway, in the course of the investigation, a lot of things were learned. And I learned that this operation, balancing tanks, if everything is good and no abnormalities, 5 minutes. Oh yeah, they went 20 minutes and they weren't getting anywhere closer. Should have been a clue they had a different problem. Lucky for them, the Azores was close by. Oh yeah, this was over the North Atlantic, folks. Okay, system check good. And all we're doing is just making sure everything looks and reads like it should. All right, folks, you can now kick back, relax a little, enjoy a little bit of the in-flight music. Set a course for the second star to the right, then on till morning. All right, folks, and what we just did was our step climb at, what fix were we at? Pabble. We need to be at 38,000. We just initiated it 4 miles till we level off. Passengers don't need to be put in their seats for an en route climb. So we'll just keep it climbing, get into 38,000, and now we're on to ICBIX, where we'll start in on the arrival here. Matter of fact, once we level off here, I want to see just how far away we are. I think we just leveled. 200 miles out, so let's go ahead, get in here, and set up for our arrival. Okay, there's IKBIX. Keep forgetting you gotta go here. Okay, so we're coming into Miami. Alright, hang on, I'm gonna do a quick check. Folks, you can do the same thing by going to this website. And when you're in flight, it gives you a ballpark of what to expect when you get there, what the real world is doing. I stress real world. These guys do it their own way sometimes. They don't follow them. So I'm over here at Miami. Just select your ATIS point, which is Miami. And you'll know that they're on here. If you go to your approach charts, you'll see ATIS. Y'all familiar with where that is? Well, if it says D-ATIS, you can use this website and see what they're doing in the real world. Currently, they are 150 at 8, gusts to 15. Technically, 1-2 should be used. Wow. But arrivals are coming in on 8 right, 9, and 12. RNAV GPS approaches to 8 left and the LDA to 12. With a land and hold short of runway 9. Also, runway 9 has a land and hold short. So, alright, so we're going to plan 8 right. So for Miami, go to arrivals, ILS 8 right. Sandberg. What happened? Oh, here we go. All right, and that puts it right in. All right, so hang on. Let me amp this up with the ILS. Well, there it is. All right. So what I'm going to do this time, since it was a little more confusing, I'm going to use charts this time. I showed you how you can do it with some toolkit. This time we'll use the Charts 8 program. Okay, and you see it up. You see it up there. So, let me pull up the Snyder. We're coming in on the Sandberg. I call it Sandberg. I don't know if that's really what it is, but we'll come to ICBIX, then Peaky, then Pamper at or above 23,000. Okay. And at 280. So we'll have to pay attention to that. Okay. Push it up a little bit here. from Pamper to I'm calling it Sandburg. We'll call it Sandburg. And then missing some. Oh wait, no, we're going north. Sorry, Hassam. Between 11 and 13, and now we're at 250. Okay. And then Moray, and then 4,000 here at El Egg. And just coming up, and then we'll switch over to runway 8. Cool. Where are we coming in at Cobra? Okay, and then lawn, and then in for the runway. Now, here's what I was talking about. See how it says ATIS? You know your ATIS is always up here in the upper left-hand corner. It says D-ATIS. That's when you can go to that website, pull up the facility, read through it. There's sometimes, as in the case of Miami, departure and an arrival. Okay. Make sure, of course, you're on the right one. But it'll help you pre-plan what to expect. Now, if Miami comes up, which would not surprise me, but if they don't, great. But if they do, we'll adjust to runway 12 probably. We'll see what they're going to actually do. I can already hear, well, why aren't you going to use 12? It's 150. Well, because in the real world, they're using 3 runways. That's how much traffic you can expect sometimes into Miami. So, we do what we have to do, folks. There we go. And we are programmed now for the arrival. F plan. Oh, I want perf. 194 miles out, so we'll go a few more songs, and then we'll set up the McDo for the arrival information, being your... And this is something I don't notice the Boeing FMCs do, where Airbus puts in QNH, temperature, runway, heading, or winds, and minimums. I don't see putting that in on Boeing, and I'm curious. That makes the two different, obviously, but it's just interesting to me how there are little differences like that. So, but yeah, it just some things you notice out there, folks, that are different between the two airline companies. They're actually manufacturers, but still, to me, that puts the data I'm getting, it makes me wonder, trying to figure out how to say it, because I know weight is a big factor, because that's what the approach page is, folks, in Boeing. Weight and a runway. But nothing about the conditions, like wet, dry, and the numbers it gives. You have to get that, where the plane here helps you get it within the airplane itself. And again, this is flight sim, this is not real world, so I don't take it with a more than a grain of salt. And that, folks, is Cuba below us. Not a it's You know, pretty narrow island, but it is Cuba. Alright folks, so Cuba is about to go behind us, which means Florida is right ahead. Let's get in here. How much time to top of descent? I've got about 160 miles or so, so I'm just going to kind of sit back, folks. I'm still here. If you have questions, you want to chat away, go ahead in the chat room. Keep it civil. But we're about 10 minutes away from top of descent, so a couple of songs and then we'll be heading down. So we'll be right back with you. And folks, thank you so much for flying with Mike. Really do appreciate you. Click follow so we can see you in the future. Can't really, I know we got an Oakland flight coming up here soon. We're going to be resuming some European flying. The last plane we landed was over in Turkey. So we'll get some of that going, and who knows, the Herc might make a return here in the next few days along with the Citation. So for now folks, just kind of relax. We got a good time to take a break, good time to also put in a prediction for the landing if you are so inclined. And I'll give you the format here. Whoop, that won't do it. That will. Figure VNAV in a G1000. Okay, now FMC I can work with, Jan. That's actually pretty. Now, default, I mean, it's easy, but depending if it's like Zebo or not, hit me up. I'll do the best I can to help you. Now, the G1000 types, I actually have never flown a plane in the sim with a G1000. So, Hawker tells me it's a piece of cake, but I've just never had a plane that had it. And I know there's two in the X-Plane 12 that have it now, maybe 3. So, we may have to dabble into that world, the G-Man world. Never fly the airline. Well, I actually, I do fly the Citation 10. That's an FMC based navigation system. We may fire that up here soon. I mean, I need to, because every time I get into it, I feel like, oh my god, I don't remember this plane. So, but I've flown the King Air with the 530 and 430 in it. Over in X-Plane 11, I've flown the same thing with the Caravan. And trying to think, is there any? I have yet though to dabble into the G1000. Told it's pretty simple, just haven't done it. So you know what? We just might have to dabble. Fortunately, can't do it tonight, but we'll try to hit a G1000 day up. Get some practice on it first before I schedule that up, come to think of it. Although it is kind of fun when I have to learn it online. It's kind of how the Citation 10 is all the time. Where was that button? Where are those buttons? Where are those? Where are those? All right, there goes Cuba behind us. That means the Florida Keys, 90 mile away. Oh, wait a minute. We weren't over Cuba. Not bad, folks. Not bad. We were over. What is this island? Isle de la Juventud. And hopefully that did not set off nuclear alerts. As I botched the pronunciation. Swore that. Oh, no, it's not. That sure is that little island. Cuba is probably right up here. Yep, there it is. I don't mind that pilot up in the front seat. He doesn't know where he's going. Thankfully, the airplane does.
Havana traffic, Caribbean 457, 25 miles to the southeast. Inbound runway 6, Havana.
I'll be honest, tell you the one I'm really looking forward to is the McDo coming for the Airbus 330. Really can't wait to see that. I mean, the citation that they've modified for that, hopefully it's just on par with that, if not better. Only because more features would be found in the Airbus. So looking forward to that, folks. We're still, as far as I know, in release client 6. Awesome. Well, good deal. Good deal. Get those aircraft out there. People love the GA aircraft. I flown a lot of them in my youth, and my dream was to get up into the big iron, which mine was the 747. But life happened, and now I enjoy flying it on the sim and in X-Plane 12 with the help of you guys over there developing it. But yeah, the McDo for the Airbus, I am really looking forward to. Just to see what kind of features in a default aircraft they are going to include. I mean, the Citation 10 is mind-boggling, folks. Just takes a little learning to get into the nuances of it. In a default state, it is amazing. That's why I'm kind of waiting to see what they do with the A330. Now we're over Cuba, folks. time warp, we went backwards. Alright, Miami's still 150 and 8. 8 knot isn't going to be too bad on us on almost a direct cross, so actually, no, almost. So we'll be good.
Jose Marti, traffic, Caribbean 476 is on a right downwind runway 6, Jose Marti.
All right, let's get inside here, take a look system-wise. 90 miles out. Let's do a quick system check, make sure everything's ready for the landing. And again, all we do is just click all. They have maintenance top up the oilers. Okay, pressure looks good. Electricity looks good. Hydraulics. Pressure, good quantity, fuel, balance. You know, gotta look at the right tanks. I almost went, how am I down to 1,500 pounds in the right side? Gotta look at both tanks. Okay, EPU's off. Temperatures look good. Doors closed. Covers over the wheels. Brake temperatures look good. Okay, good status check. 80 miles out. Let's get in here and start programming up. Okay, so from that METAR there, folks, in the chat room. Let's go next phase. Next phase. QNH here is 3008. So you type in 30.08. Okay, temperature.
Jose Marti, traffic, Caribbean 476, 10-mile right base, runway 6, Jose Marti.
Alright, so temperature 27.1508. 27 and 150/8. Perfect. Double checking 27. Okay. Now, you got to figure out these. Okay, so what you do is you come over here. Let me bring charts up. Okay, you can see what our routing is. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that, folks. All right, so on the ILS chart, folks, you got your frequencies across the top. We're going to be concerned that 110.3 is already in the box. Heading of 92, we can check that. Lawn will be at 1,500 feet, and that is 6.3 miles from the runway. Here we go. Decision altitude, which is this here. This is your, what I call MSL decision altitude. This is your decision altitude above the ground. Now the difference is, you can see right here. So a short distance here. But if you're out in like Denver, could be 5,900 feet in bold and 5,700 or 200 here. So that's where the AGL difference comes in. We'll put 450 in again on MDA. And both are the same, folks. So you would put in 442 here. So you can see we got to be higher for 8 right than most approaches. We're not 200 feet. We're actually 400 feet. And RVR 50 or a mile. So better double check all our numbers again. Okay. Definitely have plenty here. I don't see any clouds. Let's see, 10 miles. So yeah, we're good. That's going to yield a 125 landing speed, approach speed of 130. And now we are 50 miles out. All right, now the Florida Keys should be about 90 miles ahead of us. So once we clear Cuba, which we just did. And there's that cloud bank again. Have any reported rain. Closest rain is coming into Tampa probably a few minutes, but the bigger portion is still out in the Gulf, about an hour or two out. Everything's clear. I don't know where this cloud bank is coming. Huh. Hope he's not talking about me, because I'm American. Matter of fact, I haven't even keyed up. Alright, so get in here, get this updated. Alright, so we are coming up on top of descent. The sketchy What? What? Where did you come from there, sketchy Leo? Welcome aboard. Long time no see, no hear. Airport's still an airport. Okay, top of descent is... where are we here? Is that 35? 30 miles, okay. Let's set that up. Nice! Hope you enjoy out at Lambert. Hope you enjoy. Miss you out at the airport. Hope things are going well at Lambert. Hey, some things to be said about the graveyard shift aside from the fact it's pretty dead. But, what is the altitude I need to go to? Oops, no. Above 23, okay. Well, good deal. Hope Lambert treats you well. Okay, still 150, still no problems with ceilings and visibilities. And we are almost to our descent point. Okay, so arrivals in, performance in, flight plan set, takeoff data set, speed brakes we don't need at the moment, altimeters once we get below 18, and let's get our constraints set, and we'll do let's double check our RadNav page. Okay, and the ILS here is IMFA 110.3 on a heading of 092. Okay, glide slope 3. Perfect, set and readied. All right, so we have been descending here. We're about to begin catching up to our green dot here on our managed descent. It looks like we're going to hit 23,000 at Pamper like we're supposed to, and we'll be slowed to 280. All right, so we got all the hard stuff started. All right, and look here, looks like we're going to have American 301 ahead of us. And I got him on TCAS. Go ahead and draw down, keep him right at about 10 miles ahead of us. Perfect. And I got his contrail. That's cool. As long as he stays that far apart from us, folks, we'll be okay. Hopefully he doesn't plan 1-2. He's not coming down yet. Nope. Okay, we're getting into the groove for the descent. And Pamper is 23,000 feet or higher. Yeah, he's still at altitude where I'm following the arrival chart, which is fine. I mean, to each their own. We just have to be at or above. Just have to be at 4,000 feet at L leg for the ILS. So, I mean, if he wants to rush down, that's on him. Let's take a look outside the plane, though, while we're cruising along. Battery fell asleep, and he's gonna have to hold to get down. Florida Keys, folks. Lead us to Miami. All you gotta do, folks, follow the islands now to Miami. Uh-oh, might have lost him on TCAS. Think we did. All right, here comes Peaky, and then Pamper at or above 23,280, followed by Sandber, Morel. Oh, I missed one in there, but anyway. No, I didn't. I take that back. Morel, and then L leg at 4,000. So that aircraft should start a descent here soon. But again, that's on them. We're right at the bottom end. I wish we could get that speed to stay up there. Oh, great. We are, there we go. It's like the sim just did not want to play with us here. I thought we were locked up. My next set will be 11,000 off of Pamper. he just came out of the Cayman Islands, so I can't. Did he? Hang on a second. Yeah, he came out of the Cayman Islands. How could he have fell asleep already? Oh well. Hopefully he doesn't cause problems for us into Miami. All right, down to 11,000. Yep, I'm going to take over the speed. I actually now think, yep, he's going a different way. What is his routing? He's going to Charlotte. Why did I see him going to Miami? Never mind. He's fine. I don't know why I saw Miami on him. Oh well. That would explain why he's not descending. All right, folks, so we are continuing our descent, 18,000. Again, real-world Airbus pilots. Is there a way to have that set to the altimeter like in the Boeings? Preset, 3008. Just curious. 3008. All right. Okay, and we continue. Okay, I am going to go ahead and pull speed brakes. Okay, so Sandberg, then Haslam, that'll be a 250. 240 is what we'll set, as we are across the mainland of southern Florida. Okay, and we are in the range, 13 to 11,000, and speed brakes have brought us down to 280 again. Then after this will be 4,000 L leg, and we'll begins to get on the ILS. All right, folks, I hope you've enjoyed the ride from Honduras to Miami. Should be there in about 10 minutes or so. So, hope you enjoyed. Put your predictions in, folks. I see a couple have. And we'll see how things turn out for me when I get in there. But a few more minutes. We'll be on. Right, time to slow to 250. Just letting her level off. Put some speed brake in. And all right, so here we go. All right, folks, we're coming up on 10,000. All right, let's do our checks here. Speed brakes as required, flaps to 1 at 230. We'll kind of not be doing that yet. We got someone close by. Low. Must be this TBM. Okay. All right, according to what I've got here, we're gonna double check. Okay, nothing. All right. All right, we're at 240. Nothing but swamp down there, folks. Okay, and then our ILS, we need to hit Cobra at 300, okay. At 3,000, so we're good to go. There we go, making the turn at Moray. Need some speed brakes again. Constraints, we'll get the LS on. All right, and what I'm gonna do, click perf. Did I already do it? Already did it, okay. Put us in approach. Gonna go ahead and get us down. All right, and the radar. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to my All right, folks, so we are about to level off here. Okay, we're at 3,000 and just waiting on the localizer to come alive. And I do have constraints LS on both sides. Okay, why are we not getting...
Miami traffic, American 3551, taxiing from Delta 51 to runway 38 right, Yankee 1, Yankee, and Papa.
Miami traffic, American 630 on the localizer for runway 8 right, gear down. Come down. There we go. All right, we're going to take over and bring her in. And Miami traffic, 5 mile final, 8 right, American 630.
Above.
Stable landing.
Too low, terrain.
Minimum 400.
Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain.
200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
Didn't catch where we're vacating at, but welcome to Miami, folks. Miami traffic, American 630s off runway 8 right. All right, and let me. Right, thought I had that chart up.
Miami traffic, American 3551, leading off runway 8 right.
MHRO, SPEC'S 279 for Julia, taxi to A right via November, Miami.
All right, folks, got through. Oh, I thought I turned those off. Hang on a second, folks. All right, so we're just gonna idle in to gate D6. I am flying on VATSIM.
Miami traffic, American 3551, clear runway 8 right, passing 1000 feet.
JetBlue 909, Miami traffic, lining up and wait, 08 right.
Brakes are set. All right, final checks here, folks. No, they're not set. There they are. Okay, switch on, terrain's off, brake temps. Still using the fans. All right, brakes are on. Let's get the APU bleed on. Engine's off. Okay.
JetBlue 909 Miami traffic, takeoff 08 right.
All right, we did an hour and 45 minutes across, and the timer's up on the engine. All right. Okay, got everything shut down. I think I'll get the jet bridge in here. All right, folks, welcome to Miami. And I'm going to file my flight plan, see how bad I get it this time from them. Wow, I think I got more points. Okay, they recorded me at 694. I'll take it. I think Twitch. The flight sim put me in at 240, which I was really shocked. So, folks, we have made it to Miami. Just before sunrise or sunset. All right, let's quickly look over here at Sim Toolkit. I can already tell you the biggest problem I had was getting this thing to slow down. So you just got to end the flight here in Sim Toolkit. Let's see what it's saying. Touchdown at 143. We were supposed to be at 125, so Speed Demon came in here. Full landing report. I landed long. I do know that. Wait, the landing zone ended there? Wow. Guess that's about right. Okay. Okay, so we're outside the landing zone. 3,500 feet down to runway, 1 foot off the center line. I'll take that. That's a good plus. My heading was 96, 92 was ideal. So you can see the metrics here. I mean, it's because I came in hot. But overall, it was a good flight. We're going to try now. And I can't make guarantees because we're in beta still. But we're going to try. Actually, let me see. I don't know if that's going to work or not. Okay, and now I'm going to... Oh, need to do it there. Next thing, chocks are coming off. Oh no, yeah, chocks need to come off, I'm sorry. And parking brake. Here we go. Okay, let's see what we did here. Okay, I can tell you right now, airspeed was hot the whole way down. Barely got flaps 4 out of it. Oh, oops. I hate when it does this. Yep, we are outside the landing zone. Still not a bad landing. Let's take a look at this again. Yeah, the scenery there, Jeff, goes out every now and then on the replays. So, just patience, it'll come back, and it did. That looks pretty good. Not too shabby. Did you notice that? Watch. We're going to full flaps just before touchdown. Yeah. Tells you just how hot we came in, folks. Still not a bad landing at all. Need that on the GPWS. All right, almost a 3-point landing, folks. All right, we'll do one more. All right, folks, there you go. We're on the ground in Miami, and it was a fun day. I hope y'all enjoyed the round robins we've done this week. Yesterday to Champaign, today Miami to Honduras and back. Fun time, I will say. Fun times. Let's go ahead. I'm just going to do it the easy way, folks. Throw the chocks on. Open says me. Open says me. Open says me. All right, folks. That's a wrap. Got the brake fan still going. We got one cargo door, not one to open up. There it goes. All right, so I'm going to switch over to the electrics to here. Turn the bleeds off, that off. And folks, you all have a wonderful day. God bless you all. And folks, as our verse of the day said, you know, keep this at heart. But we are not of those who shrink back and are destroyed, but of those who have faith and are saved. You can find that in Hebrews chapter 10, verse 39. Thank you all for joining us. God bless you all. We'll see you again next time. Bye now.